Alright, welcome. Woodland Sage back for another night of MuseDash. Tonight I have joining me for a portion of the stream at least. It's a good friend, Stringz. Stringz, you want to introduce yourself? He's playing his own game right now, but we'll just be chit-chatting a bit while I get into some songs. So what are you playing right now, Stringz?
Near Replicant.
Okay. I don't have very much experience with any of the Nier games. 2B's really hot, but that's about as much as I can say that I know about them.
I've played pretty much the entire series, so I enjoy them, but their gameplay is definitely very one note. So it's press button slash slash slash, and that's about it.
Should have done a mic check beforehand, but I'll just touch you down a little bit here, and I'm sure we'll be good. Okay. A lot to think about. So how long would you say that the games are in average?
The time?
Yeah.
No, what did you say one more time?
How long would you say that it takes for a playthrough?
Oh god. If you just play the main story, you can probably get through the games in 20-25 hours. They're not very long. Problem is if you want to do all the content for the games, it takes upwards of like probably 100 hours very easily.
I went over to a friend's house once, and he was playing Nier Automata, and it looked like there was like crafting and collecting systems.
Yes. So the thing is, the thing is with the game specifically, and all of them, is that you can level up your weapons, and then there's a lot of lore and story that's behind each of the weapon that just gives a little bit more appreciation for what's going on. Problem is they're always locked behind gathering resources, and sometimes those resources are really hard to get, and you just have to keep killing the same things over and over and over again, and it's all RNG. So one time through a playthrough, it might only take you a few hours to level up a weapon. Another playthrough, it could take days. So it's its own special type of torture.
I think my friend Zach was playing it a long time ago, and apparently there's some difficult mission to get a melon for one of the characters. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong game though. It was quite a while ago. I murdered the first half of the song. The second half killed me. That was brutal. One of the other things that I've seen about the Nier games, or at least Automata, is it has a wide variety of gameplay mechanics. Parts of it looked like it was more bullet hell than anything else. Character is like dodging projectiles coming towards them, but you know, from a third-person perspective view.
Yeah, so that's that is actually more of a mechanic that started within the Nier series itself. Within the series that started before it, there was no bullet hell. It was just hack and slash. As the game is effectively just asking for you to stop killing it. And then as you play through the first game, which is Drakengard, the enemies you're fighting slowly become more insane as they basically get to keep reliving it, their own personal death over and over again. So it definitely gets more depraved.
I really like that kind of content.
I don't know much about Replicant, but I do know that Automata is very philosophical. From what I've been reading, because I read some spoilers for myself, it sounds like Nier still keeps some of that very despondent, like.
Well, yeah, whenever
hard...
like a creation, specifically like a robot, but like this translates to people as well, begin to question like why they were put here, with their purpose having changed or completely disappeared from what their initial purpose might have been. Like, you know, with aspects of religion and cultism.
It's hard to say, because, well, with Automata specifically, not that I want to give a bunch of spoilers, but like the way that they kind of bring into question is like, it's that same like, what are we here for? So I guess what you're saying is pretty on point in terms of accuracy. It's a little bit different, but it's less the characters trying to figure out who they are and just what to do next when they're the only ones left.
Yeah, that's awesome. Kind of in line with that, I remember reading the first couple of volumes of a manga a long time ago called Eden. And from my understanding of the manga, it takes place kind of post-apocalyptically. Like it seems like society had been mostly wiped down, but it's like on the back up.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very... I really like the tone and atmosphere of the story. And the first volume kind of just takes place with like the two of the last like kids in some like South American island. And that had been once a research facility to like figure out the cure to some kind of plague.
Yeah.
And then there's like a robot that gets involved and it's like helping the kids out and stuff.
Yeah, that's actually pretty comparable. It's obviously a little bit different. One of the characters is their model is a 9S, which is also the character's name. And the main character 2B, the model was specifically created to execute 9S whenever it started asking too many questions, because it was just like this thing that kept happening. Which there's this weird irony there of like, why would they just not destroy or get rid of the model that's causing problems over and over again? In your playthrough, when you're playing the game, 9S doesn't die, but 2B does. And then you kind of go, it becomes significantly more philosophical as 9S just starts questioning like the world around him, and it's kind of what leads to like the ending, which is honestly kind of weird. More or less, you get pulled away on a rainbow, and that's how it ends. As your consciousness and the two antagonists basically merges the one and then get transported to another world. There's more that happens. There's a lot more, but like that's the ending scene. But it's very comparable in that terms of like something pulls the main characters along into discovering what it is that they were supposed to be there doing the entire time in the first place. I would assume. I don't know. I've never read Eden.
Yeah, the characters get pulled out of their world because something. Again, it's been a long time, and I only had the first like 2 volumes. They get like pulled out of their world because of some political drama, some political intrigue. Apparently, the characters' parents that started like the research facility in the first place are involved in the government, and they're getting like chased down. And it starts out like this kid is just exploring like an overgrown, rundown city with this robot companion fighting off some like thugs or something to like. Their characters like in an airport, like running from security, and just like, okay, it's kind of got on a hand a bit fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Nope. So Nier Automata has like 26 endings, right? Each
Holy
ending
shit!
Is a letter of the yeah, each ending is a letter of the alphabet. I think it's A through D or A through E are the only ones that actually have story attached to them. And so A and B is, I think A is to be or not to be or something. That's probably B. Anyways, you play through the first two endings, and the game changes very drastically after the. Sorry. So ending A, you play as 2B, and you kind of see things from her side point of view, and it's very combat oriented. You're not really discovering a whole lot about the world, but the character for 2B, it makes sense. She doesn't question a whole lot, and she's only focused on her mission. There is some lore tidbits, but it doesn't really start coming in until you start playing 9S, which, given the character's setup,
that's the boy, right?
Very inquisitive. Yeah, that's the boy. He'll look into the information a little bit more farther, and you get a lot more lore. He also does hacking, so there's a little bit more bullet hell elements. He's not as strong of a fighter, but the hacking honestly just one-shots everything anyway, so just spam that, you win the game.
Yeah, hacking and like lockpick are cool abilities in the Fallout series that I always just max out.
Mm-hmm.
I would assume that they're pretty strong in just about any game.
Oh yeah, well the hacking's kind of weird because you make like a little tiny spaceship and you hack into the whatever you're fighting's like brain besides the bosses because it.
Oh yeah, that breaketh the game.
Mm-hmm.
Bosses got to.
It still does damage, but it doesn't one-shot them.
New best. I got hit by like one gear. It ruined my full combo.
What is that? I don't have to keep talking about this the entire time, but with ending C, you play as 2A. I believe it's 2A.
That's the one with the long, straight gray hair, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
2A is actually who 2B is. That 2B model is based off of, and the A model was just a combat unit that, rather than explode when they had like a berserk mode, which just allowed them for like the exchange of like function for a little bit, allowed them to fight a little bit more fiercely. And then that leads into the final ending, which is mostly 9S focused again, but which is the ending D. It's been a while since I played. It's been like 4 or 5 years. I'm pulling all this from memory from a while ago. And that's when things get like really a lot more philosophical. The world was in chaos by then, but all of Yoko Taro's games are that way. It starts off very normal, and then the environment and everything around it starts to really just, I don't want to say be corrupted, but starts to fall apart, and then by the time you get to the end, there's nothing left but questions. The only one that wasn't that way was Drakengard 3. Kind of. But that one's bleak the entire way way you play through it, so.
Yeah, dude, I love bleak worlds.
Mm-hmm.
Watching Vesper's playthrough of Soma, a little bit of information that I know about like the Dark Souls and Elden Rings games, like I just really appreciate that kind of thing, especially when like the doom it's inevitable.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like that's one of my favorite aspects of Hollow Knight. I mean, the knight. Okay, I could be wrong here, right? I'm not like the Hollow Knight lore expert, but like, there's an entity called the Radiance, and that is actively making the creatures still alive like go insane. But without it, they might just entropy away. And the night is just like, nah, the Radiance, the literal sun, we're slaying it. And, you know, being the night, he's the embodiment of like the pure vessel. It's nothingness. So like nothingness is destroying the light. That's like the couple key imagery, couple key components of the game. It's like, damn, I love it. Like the quote-unquote Hollow Knight in the game is like your older brother, and he wasn't actually hollow, so he succumbed to the Radiance's light.
Yeah, I could see how that'd be type of the maybe not the same type of bleakness, but there is definitely I guess. I'm trying to compile my thoughts, sorry. It's getting late for me. I've always enjoyed the stories where there's like very clearly something in the background. Like, what is the driving force behind all of this? And then as you uncover more, it turns out to be like, well, a lot.
yeah.
Because you definitely could go with there's some games just always have like a good ending type thing, but the ones that always seem to stand out in my mind aren't the ones with good endings. And it kind of always predisposed me to wanting to have characters in games that result in just no clear answer.
Yeah, that grayness.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I find that so much media nowadays like wants to wrap things up in a nice happy ending, a nice bow, get all the characters their rightful conclusion, wrap up their arc and all that. Like, you know, sometimes you get more out of needing to think about what could be than being shown what is.
Well, that's like a lot of the older shows. I mean, that even you've shown me, they all have that same theme of there's just a lot for interpretation. Versus like the Naruto way of doing things where there's some character in the background explaining everything going on. And like that's the purpose for the show, is just to be an info bot. Like you could just use the story and the animation or some type of element to kind of fill in the blanks and then let the person decide as they're watching it what it means to them.
Yeah, I find your comment about having a character or narrator or whatever fill in information poignant. I was watching a YouTuber react to Death Note for the first time. Apparently he'd never seen it, so he's doing a watch along with Death Note. And I kind of forgot how hand-holdy it is. For example, he just cleared episode 4, I think. And episode 4 has Light manipulate a situation with a bus hijacker. And you see everything play out. And then Ryuk narrates exposits exactly what you just saw happen, because like he's like, oh, so that just happened, right? And it's like, yeah, no, if you have a brain, you can kind of just, and we're paying attention, you could probably piece it all together without Ryuk just telling you the same shit again. I want to say that there's something like that in episode 3 too.
I've never finished the series, and even then I watched it years ago, so I don't really remember.
About how far did you get?
Oh, I don't know. At the time when I was watching it, it was on Adult Swim.
Okay,
I think
that's when I started watching it too.
And because of how my life was at that time, if I was watching a show, and my mom came home, it became her time to watch TV, and it was always.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Which is, if I wanted to watch TV, I had to watch it with her, but it was whatever she wanted to watch, and
it would be really hard to keep up with a really plot-based show like Death Note and that kind of thing. Like Inuyasha, like yeah, whatever. If you miss an episode of them finding the shards of whatever the thing it is, then like big deal.
Yeah. My mom always wanted to watch movies, and I don't like watching movies, so.
Same.
Show I just finished watching, though, is Alice in Borderland, which I just found out is based off of manga. Would have never guessed. By the time the second season starts, it's a little bit more noticeable because they start doing like the flashbacks that you see a lot in like anime and stuff. And it gets a little bit weird, but in the first season, there's not a whole you have not a whole lot, not a good idea of exactly what's going on, and characters dying left and right.
What did you say it was called?
Alice in Borderland.
It's doesn't sound familiar
like,
to me.
It's kind of like Squid Games. I guess it came out way before Squid Games because, like 2015, there's like an anime adaptation to it. But all the characters play like kid games, and the result of you not winning is you die. All the challenges that they have to do are based off the cards, like a deck of cards, with 52 total challenges, and then there's 4 different suits. It's spades, clubs, hearts, and what's the last suit? Oh, diamonds. So like club games are like teamwork based, where spades games are physically based. So like climbing a rope versus like playing Red Rover, right?
Okay.
Heart games are just like manipulation, essentially. They tend to be the most. Yeah, they tend to be the most deadly from the character's point of view. Of course, the main character just always seems to make it through no matter what, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, unless it's aiming to be that kind of show. That'd be
It's
difficult.
Not. It's just whenever there's a heart game being played, there's a lot more deaths because it tends to create a scenario in which people begin to doubt themselves and the people around them. And a lot of times you can solve them without a single death, but people's greed gets the better of them, essentially. And they start mistrusting people when all they had to do was just trust everyone except for the one person they weren't supposed to trust. And then diamond games, I don't entirely remember exactly. I think it's because the main character never plays one, but it seems more like information gathering and how well you can use logic to win the challenge. The ending would have never expected it though, and I'm not going to share it because it's lightly hinted at as you're watching the show that something weird happened on the day that everyone got transported to this area where these games are taking place, and then there's just little tidbits that kind of pop up here and there. But
so other than like the motif of like card suits, what else does this have to do with the Alice in Wonderland story?
Honestly, not a whole lot. I think they just used it because, like in Alice in Wonderland, the main character Alice gets transported to another world, and weird things happen. And the only similarity is in this, the main character Alice gets transported to a weird world, and well, weird things happen.
Okay, so it might as well just be an isekai with like card suits and death games. That's what I'm hearing. I don't know. Like,
I don't know if I could call it an isekai, because at least with isekais, there's
I mean, it's like Sword Art Online transports all the characters into a world in which they can't escape until they've cleared conditions. People are dying.
The difference is usually in isekais, there's a... Actually, No Game, No Life is an isekai in which the characters are just themselves, and then that's what they use to triumph with. With Alice in Borderland, they don't gain anything from being put to this other world. They just get the chance to live a little bit longer. They basically have to compete in these games to extend their visa, and if their visa expires, a laser beam comes out and like shoots them through the head, and they die instantly.
A laser beam.
Yep.
Oh, you're talking about No Game, No Life. Okay.
No. This is Alice in Borderland.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, so they have to compete in the games to continue to extend their visas. If they don't, then they die. If they die during the game, then they also die.
Orbital laser beam. I love it.
Yeah. I enjoyed the show. I'm guessing there'll be a third season. The manga itself is only like 67 chapters. I looked into it, so how they've managed to squeeze out it's 20 episodes with 20 hours of TV content is beyond me. But hey, they did.
If I full combo this without the ghost on, I'd be surprised.
What does the ghost do?
It negates up to 5 misses. Oh my! I think, yeah, I did it. I think this might be my best score on this song.
Full combo is just you haven't missed a single one.
Nice. Yeah. I said the ghost. I meant the rabbit. My bad. The little rabbit thing can negate 5 misses, but he doesn't help you with the hold notes, and also gears will still break your combo. So
Gotcha.
He's not the save all, but yeah, I'll play the same song again on its 11 difficulty. It's insane. Like, it easily becomes super overwhelming. Also, the song always reminds me of Shaco. If you can hear it.
I can tune into your stream real quick. I basically paused my game because there's a story point and we're talking. So it'd be one thing if I was just farming, but after you finish this song, I'm gonna hop off. Getting late for me, so.
All right.
Well, that answers that.
Ah, damn. Well, I wasn't expecting to get close to full comboing this song because the end just gets too crazy.
Doesn't look too bad so far. Never mind.
Yeah, no. This one is just way too hard on 11. Definitely not like the hardest 11 or anything, but it's pretty bad. 18 misses.
Still better than what I would have done.
Oh, I mean, you said before you don't like rhythm games.
Yeah. I used to I'm okay at DDR. Actually, ever since I slowed down, I'm a lot better at it.
Yeah, I don't want to keep you if you said you gotta go.
Yeah. I will have a good night. You as well.
Alright, thanks for joining me tonight.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
I can do better. it is interesting how popular Alice in Wonderland motifs are. Oh god. The gravity there kind of screwed me over. One Alice in Wonderland style story that I remember reading, not even terribly long ago, is a shoujo story called Alice in the Kingdom of Hearts, or maybe it was Alice in the Country of Hearts. And this girl is noble girl, Victorian England from the looks of it, and she just goes to sleep on the grass outside, and she wakes up in this this other world, and all the other characters are hot manga anime boys, and they're kind of warring with each other, if I'm recalling the story correctly. And she has to decide who she wants to side with. Oh man, I'm just getting my ass kicked in these songs. They're not songs I'm familiar with. I honestly can't say that I remember a whole lot about that story, but I remember enjoying it while I was reading it. Those types of things, I can get behind a little bit of romance, so long as it's silly. It's not a genre that typically piques my interest. No, I actually have a lot of shoujo manga. Well, I guess some of it I wouldn't call shoujo, but I'd call it romance for sure, / harem. I have all of Love Hina, really good read. I have a lot of Negima, which I would also really recommend. It's kind of genre breaking. It starts out making you think that it's gonna be just a comedy harem, but halfway through it turns into a battle series. I suppose a lot of my favorites are actually like that. Not necessarily harem, but some battle elements involved. One of my favorite all-time anime series is Sekirei. The plot of Sekirei is the main character, Minato? Yeah, Minato. He gets involved in this world of the Sekirei, and the Sekirei have a task to find their one and only lover, and then to knock out other Sekirei in a battle royale. And the idea is that only one Sekirei can be with their partner by the end of it, which is just really tragic because you get to learn a lot about a bunch of different Sekirei and their partners, and you're rooting for all of them, but by the end of the story, it appears that only one person can actually have their true love. Even though they found their true loves, only one person's allowed to keep it. And The action's fun, the comedy's good, the character designs are fantastic, and the story's dark. You know, it goes some places that you wouldn't expect, and definitely touches up on a lot of adult themes, like consent is a big one. Um, Self-acceptance for some of the characters. Um, like there's a character that was tampered with during the development process, that has like volatile genetics, and the character had been like a guy. But like was slowly turning into a chick through the duration of the series, because they were discovering who, like, at first they didn't think that they actually loved anybody. And then when they found their one, I guess their genes decided to make the two of them more compatible for each other, which is very interesting. But that character was extremely frustrated with both themselves and with what they were being forced to go through because of the like genetic modifications and whatever else is going on. This is an interesting remix. Yeah, I was getting Minato mixed up with Skune from Rosario Vampire, and I own Rosario Vampire's entire manga. The anime pretty much is accurate to the books through the first season, and then the second season, it just ditches plot and turns into comedy gags. Whereas the second season of the manga, or the second half of it, is a really serious story. Lots of action, and still definitely has a lot of fan service, but it does a really good job at conveying important like character growth moments, you know, like important plot beats. There are straight up several characters in the manga that just don't exist at all in the anime, which is a damn shame. Like, if I know they're rebooting everything nowadays, but one thing that I would like to see rebooted at some point would be Rosario Vampire. They would probably need to remake the whole thing though, like a Full Metal Brotherhood kind of situation. Gonna give that another try. I suppose I've talked about a lot of very lewd manga, so we'll talk about another one. This song's requiring a lot of my attention. Oh, come on! I hit the horses, but I missed the hold. That's awful. That was tricky. Air Gear. Air Gear is another one of my all-time favorites. Not necessarily the manga, although I do own a good chunk of it. I think the anime is better only for the sake of the music, which is fantastic. Like, I have the Air Gear soundtrack, and I would highly recommend it to anybody. It's got a wide breadth of genre in it, and it's all just really, really fun. Air Gear is about an idiot kid that gets into the world of roller skating, And in this world, there are these things called ATs, called air treks, and they're like motorized roller skates. So you can use the little motors in the wheels to get some like crazy air and do some insane tricks. And there are like gangs of air trek riders, and they fight like in varied competitions to steal each other's badges and claim territory and stuff. Most of it is played pretty fun, but there are a lot of people that take it really seriously, to the point of people getting pretty severely hurt. It is also a very lewd anime. A lot of fun lewd things happen. But I definitely like the battle aspects, and it's just really cool. I don't need a good reason to enjoy something that's just cool, right? Like Tite Kubo in a interview just told the person interviewing him, I just want to draw things that look cool and, respect. Monkey brain, like unga bunga, like just nothing wrong with it. It's been a while since I played this one, but I really like it. I reconfigured a lot of the settings on my character model. So I think she's gonna move around a lot more. And I fixed up one of the expressions. One of the expressions that I had set up had the mouth open all the time. And I just didn't like how that looked. This is still a temporary model. I've been trying to figure out how Blender works so that I could make my own model. But I think that's still a bit of the way out. No! I missed a note at the very end. Sucks. Damn. Yeah, so yeah, that's gonna be quite the learning curve, I think, trying to figure out how Blender works. I got there's a nice series that about like how to make a donut in Blender. I have not been following along to make the donut. I've just been trying to glean some information about the process. I should probably have actually been following along. But hindsight 2020. Another thing to note is that crap, what is it called? VROID Studio? The policies on VROID Studio, if I've read them correctly, they don't seem to have any interest themselves in restricting what you are allowed to say or do while using their output files. unlike 2D live cubism. So if I make something in Blender and then polish it up, or convert it to the correct file type using VROID, I shouldn't have to worry about any company being like, oh, we don't like your opinions on things, so we're going to force you to stop using our programs. You know, like, I doubt I'll ever be big enough to really need to worry about that kind of thing. But I don't want to be cancelable. Ooh, nice. With these kind of things, I think it's just best to think ahead a bit, right, and just prepare for the worst, just in case. Yeah, for them reasons, that's why I'm gonna be going with a 3D model. I want to get a little further into the song before dropping my combo here. I doubt I could do it without the rabbit, but I just want to see how far I can actually get if I try. Not that I wasn't just trying, but early mistake. Get it out of the way. Ah, come on. Okay. I won't keep doing that. The character on the picture of this song reminds me of a Pippa. Okay, I dropped a note. And another. Yeah, one thing that I find interesting about the VROID Studio is that if you are like being commissioned to make vTuber models for other people, you can like digitally fingerprint that shit, and you can put in content restrictions. So if you are interested in commissioning somebody to make you a model, and you're worried about that kind of thing, that's something you're gonna need to clear up with them before you pay them. Because like there's checkboxes that are like, do you plan on using this, or would you allow this model to be used in the creation of sexually arousing material or potentially violent, endangering material? So like as a creator, the tool is built in for you to be like, no, I don't want to associate myself with that. But as a potential purchaser, you're gonna need to find the values of your producer before you contract them to make you anything. Not awful. Not complaining. I am getting sweaty though. Let's take off my hoodie. Yeah, that looks like Pippa. I don't have a full combo on this one, and it's a 10. I think I remember trying this one a lot, like over and over and over and over and over again. I just could not get my full combo. God, I love this. Nah. This isn't even the part that I was messing up on in my several dozen reattempts at the song. It's the very end. The very end of the song comes in really hard. Yeah, so I've been, well, I was attempting to be pretty productive today. And I just got distracted with, like, I'm being productive, and I am getting things done, but the target of my productivity is apt to change on a whim. I had, yeah, this is the part that I was talking about. I think I only missed like one at there. That's although it was a hold note, so okay. So like I started out thinking, okay, I want to look up the policies. Oh no, that's not true. I started today being like, okay, let's fix that issue that I have with my expressions with this character model. And so I opened up VROID Studio, and I was messing around with that. And then I noticed the different output options and, like, you know, checkboxes for content and whatnot. It's like, oh yeah, I forgot to look at the policies for this software. So then I was reading like policy, but like I wasn't just gonna read policy because that's boring. So I went to put on music. And and then I noticed that that some of the cover art for my music was wrong. So I'm like, wait, why is it showing me this Latin club cover music for my Cutman radio? I remember specifically assigning Cutman radio cover art. So something had gone on in my Strawberry app that had replaced some of my covers. So then I went through all of my Strawberry app and checked all of my covers to make sure that they were the correct album arts that I wanted them to be. And then I noticed like things could be a little bit better organized here. So like I went through and I was retitling some of the songs. Like, for example, I have I have a section called Anime as the artist. And so if Anime is the artist, I had Meion Kurosaki as the album. And Meion Kurosaki is the artist for High School of the Dead. High School of the Dead had unique ending theme songs for every episode. And so I have most of those on my iPod under the artist, anime, album, Meion Kurosaki. And then each song started with the HOTD, High School of the Dead, and then the name of the song. So I just moved HOTD to the album after Meion Kurosaki in parentheses. And then I took the HOTD off of the title. This is like, that cleans it up by like a lot. And I noticed like my Air Gear soundtrack had the number for the track position in front of the title. So I fixed that. I can't believe I haven't dropped a note. Leaf songs are crazy. No! This doesn't feel good. I'm basically button mashing. Oh god, I'm so sweaty! Ah. This song's insane. There's too much going on in this song. Whew. Fucking ridiculous. New best! Oh, by like a lot. Wild. Wild. Absolutely wild. Okay, so what else? What else? I had gotten distracted with music. I'm reorganizing my Strawberry, which is essentially like a Linux iTunes. And then because I was looking for my cover art for my for my iTunes stuff, I found some old audio files that I had lying around of like old recordings of things. One of which was for an old Pathfinder game that I was watching. I was in voice chat with the people playing, but I didn't want to play with the people at the table. And for good reason. And I got on recording one of the members of this roleplay group losing her absolute shit. It actually gave birth to a meme in our friend group. So basically, for context, this is like the second session, and in the first session, the characters had been introduced to a high-level, like underground market specialist. And he was just like, hey, you guys are my new lackeys. I can get you connected with things if you do work for me. And so for the first mission, they were to go and rob a caravan. And they did. And they came back, and like this is them wrapping up this second session. They get back to the inn. They've talked to this guy like once before. This is their second time sitting down to talk with him about anything. And this player asks him for a slave as payment. She wants, quote, a man that she can keep out in the woods that will do anything she wants him to without necessarily his consent. She implies that she would do a lot of sexual stuff, and she provided a description of the type of slave she wanted, and essentially it was she provided a picture of Set from League of Legends. And this guy, the DM, role-playing as this guy, was like, yo, that's a tall ask for right now. And, you know, like, I could get in trouble if you guys are even going around town trying to find this guy. And she's like, well, I'm telling you, I'll continue to work for you. And without any pay, so long as you do this one thing for me. And she essentially refuses to take no for an answer, and then throws a hissy fit, and then begins to cast Spark on every wooden and flammable thing in this guy's inn. But the meme is that right before she does that, she says, this is like your last chance to do the right thing. So, to her, in her words, doing the right thing is to connect her character with the slave trader so that she could purchase and, without consent, interact with a slave. And, you know, that's the right thing in this context. Which is absolutely just ridiculous. So now in my friend group, we'll sometimes say, just do the right thing. Like when any, like, moral argument comes up. It's just like, do the right thing. Which I suppose, given the context, is the opposite of the moral thing. The right thing is the opposite of the moral thing. Absolutely ridiculous how unhinged she was. And I got it all on recording. And so I went through today, because I was I noticed the audio file sitting somewhere. I was like, okay, let's get this uploaded. So I made a video for it. But like I have zero video editing experience. Like I can clip and that's it. And I wanted there to be like a background thing to go along with the sound coming out of the computer. So I may not know how to use like photo editing and like camera tricks and shit, but I do know how to use REMP, ATL, the animation transformation language. So I was literally coding in script to animate JPEGs. So once I essentially made a GIF to represent the character of this Do the Right Thing character, I then clipped the audio down so that it had less awkward pauses in it, and then I had to stitch them together in OpenShot, and then get it uploaded to YouTube. Since it is really personal, I don't want to give out too many of the details or anything, and this will be unlisted on my channel, so like only people that were there should be able to listen to it, in my opinion. But I wanted to put it on YouTube so that they could hear it, and it's not just stored on my computer isolated away from everybody forever. So like I got a lot done today. What didn't I get done? Anything to do with making my my actual VTuber character. I'll take that full combo. Knock back all ghosts perfectly. Nice, nice. Yeah, there's a bit there that I didn't think that I would maintain my combo. Not the hardest song ever, but like a part of it was a little tricky. This song is, I think the song's long. This is actually a pretty new song, new addition to the game. It's got a nice sound. Not something I would want to listen to often, but... yeah, I don't know. Like, I would like to talk more about it in other experiences I've had with this individual. But I think some of the things that I had to bear witness to while playing Pathfinder with her is too explicit to get into on YouTube. I'll talk about it vaguely. She was playing a Gripply with a prehensile tongue. If you don't know what that means the tongue could be controlled like an elephant could control its trunk. Like, all the way through. And, this person would, capture enemies, interrogate them, and they would make sure that they weren't hiding anything up their up their other side, you know, the nether regions. And well, they had a tool specifically equipped to be able to do that. And there was another instance in which this character found it prudent to to interrogate a unicorn. They tied up the unicorn and did things to it. My character was like lawful neutral. My character at the time, I love this character, was a slime. The DM was being very generous with me, and like the whole campaign was very homebrewed. But he was letting me take a different slime ability every level. So like a tar slime, for example, has an ability where if it strikes a target, it can attach itself to that target and require like a DC strength check to break free of the sticky tendrils. So like every level I could take like an ability like that. And so my character was really strong, but my class was a monk, which synergizes very well, but it also means that my character can't just be doing anything he wants. Like, he needs to abide by some type of moral code, or at least legal code, right? And and so like he was pretty uncomfortable with a lot of the things that she was having her Ripley character get up to say the least. And yeah, I liked playing him. The campaign was overall pretty good, but definitely some things just got really out of hand. This person is no longer in my circles. Clean. I'm not saying that like I'm the most like say so person. I am not. Damn it. Like, I actively enjoy talking about different, like, tags and concepts. Like, I am a Galboru and hentai user, you know, like, you know, when it comes to adult content, you know, I like some pretty freaky stuff. I mean, I like to, you know, just like there's a time and place, you know. I think that is a very important thing to consider. There is very apt time and place, and this person just didn't care at all who it was in front of, like going into detail. Like, you know, like if you're with somebody you don't know, it's probably best to, you know, play light, skirt around some of the issues, you know, because you don't know where their sensitivities are gonna lie. And I personally think that tabletop Well, I'm not saying that it can't be, but for me, it's not an area where I would want to explore sexuality. Like, I play male and female characters. What the hell am I supposed to do there? How the hell is this supposed to be done? Am I supposed to just hold one down the whole time? Okay, I'm gonna have to try that. I'm gonna hold one down the whole time, and then. Yeah, 'cause this is confusing. That was seeming to work better. Okay, I think I kind of got it. Yeah, you know, like playing male or female characters. Like I know that there's like, oh yeah, the bard is gonna try to seduce every character that he meets. Like, you know, that's just like a general tabletop trope. I've never played a bard, and if I did, I doubt I would play him like that. Now, if I saw a character that I think my character might actually like be interested in pursuing, I'll roleplay that romance. But I won't be role-playing out any like adult scenes. And you know, I would hope that if you're gonna sit down at a table with people you don't know, like I think that is one thing that you should definitely talk about. Say like, I don't know if your group does this kind of thing or not, but if it does, I don't want to be a part of it. Because like, you know, when it actually comes down to you being at the table, suddenly like, you know, and if everybody else is just like already like there and cool with it, and suddenly you're the odd one out, like you could be put into a really awkward situation. So I session 0, meet the people you're gonna play with, uh, figure out what they do and don't do at their table, see if that aligns with what you want to be doing, and then make your character with the group. And you know, it's just some like tabletop advice that new people to it need to hear, for sure. My first experience with tabletop was a very long time ago. My friend Big Man, call him the shots, tried to get me and Zaj into tabletop on Roll20 with a Wheel of Time based campaign. I don't think he was necessarily ready for it, neither were we. I don't think any of us had any experience at all with tabletop at that point. So it kind of just lasted like one session, very shoddy characters, where just random shit was happening. We got back into tabletop a long time after that. Yeah, okay, I remember now. I was playing with a different group. They got me into it. My first ever character was an edgelord serial killer sorcerer character, and there were some issues because at the time I didn't realize what kind of campaign we'd be doing and what the other interests of the other players were going to be, and things were just kind of uncomfortable. Like there's a lot of tension as my character is trying to keep his sociopathic tendencies secret. And like, yeah, I played quite a bit with them. I got more comfortable with like how tabletop works and Pathfinder systems in general. And then I got excited and wrote my first campaign called Broken City. And it revolved around the idea of a party of characters coming to the city because they hear that there's some weird things going on in the city. And investigating disappearances. Some people in the city are just starting to disappear. And so they got to figure out why. What's going on. And you know, there's a lot of elements to it. There was a serial killer. There was a necromancer. Um, two different characters. The necromancer wasn't actually killing anybody. He was just taking the bodies that the serial killer killed and like doing experiments on them and necromancy research and such. This character was trying to create a new soul through necromancy. Which is something that is not really a thing to my knowledge. Like you can get like undead champions and such, and he'd created a couple of those. And like those undead champions for like controlling an army of undead in the city's crypts. And the city crypts had been barriered. There was also some false leads. Like there was a butcher in town that was donating a lot of meat to the soup kitchen next door. But I had made it clear that most of the fields around the town were like wheat and crop, not cattle. It's a lot of farmers, but no ranchers, right? Yet he was donating a lot of meat. And so the characters went to investigate, because, you know, people are disappearing and suddenly there's a lot of meat. So they went to investigate his storeroom. And they did find human body parts. And they're like, so why are you chopping up human meat and giving them to the butcher? To the soup kitchen? And he's like, I was asked to. and I what was this story? I think it was the meat was showing up, and he was told to dispose of it, and and he just didn't mind doing it. He's like, yeah, whatever. Uh, Makes him look good, I guess. Um, and the food was being delivered there by a Jiangxi that had been working with that had been created by the necromancer, and and so like there's just a lot of threads going back to both the serial killer and the necromancer, so that they could trace back like any of these leads. Uh, I had them find a map of the sewers, and that they had to restore, and I made like the map with like these holes in it. The sewer system worked in such a way that the rising tide would flush out anything that was deposited into the sewers. So there was only a window of time every day in which the characters could actually explore the sewers, and they had to worry about like the tide coming back in. Whereas the bad guys had set up their secret base down there behind the secret wall. And yeah, the sewer was its own thing, because big man calling the shots can be abrasive. And that might be putting it mildly. But I had, he was in this group with all of my other current friends. And, but one of the guys from the group that had taught me how to play was there with us as like the most experienced player, more experienced than me as a DM. He was more the most experienced person there, and oh, is that a full combo? Mark. And so like the two of them were playing two terribly diametrically like opposite like characters, and wait, isn't this like the song we were just playing? Well, it's a more fun version of it, at the very least. And the two of them were like yelling at each other in game and out of game, and and the party ended up getting split in the sewers. And as I'd mentioned before, I had a lot of bad guys, so I had each half of the party get intercepted. They both won their fights, but it was a close thing. And when they met back up with each other, they were just yelling at each other like, "We almost died back there because you split the group! I split the group! You're the one that stormed off in that other direction! Yeah, well, you didn't follow!" Yeah, the characters that they fought were the serial killer and the Jiangxi. But, I guess they didn't realize that they didn't kill the necromancer. They didn't find the secret base. And they left the sewers without actually discovering the secret base, because they were all very frustrated at each other. They weren't thinking straight, and they killed two bad guys, and they thought they were done. But yeah, it got a lot worse for them, because they essentially gave the necromancer a huge warning that they knew where he was, and he was able to like get enough zombies and skeletons to fortify the area to guarantee his escape from the city. Oh, another thing. one of the players refused to even attempt to fight the necromancer because the necromancer had given the doctor in that town his research notes, or at least some of them, and this doctor was then able to reattach their severed arm when it got blown off in an explosion, which would not have been possible if it weren't for the research done by the necromancer character. And this is a bard talking, so like they would have lost their ability to play their string instrument if they didn't have an arm. Like, their life would have been ruined. So, in like, hey, I respect what you've done. I'm not gonna fight you. The party were up against like awful odds. The paladin couldn't simply say, "I will let you go," but put up an effort to try to get past some of the zombies and skeletons. But eventually, the guy got away. And yeah, no, it was really fun. I did have to kick out, really regretfully. I had to kick out the other player, the long-term one, but not because of the argument that he had with the other player and splitting the group and all that. Basically, I told them, hey, go ahead and look up on like a wondrous item list something of like lesser value that you would want with your character that you think you could reasonably expect to find in a necromancer's dungeon. And he chose a homebrew. Whoa. Is this song a 1? Is this song a 1? Okay, I'm gonna not hit any notes. Okay. This is gonna be more fun this way. So he wanted a homebrew custom-made item that specifically would level with his character, that specifically tied to his character's sorcerer bloodline. Wait, how did I get to 200? And it's like, dude, these other people asked for like a cloak of like shadows or whatever it was, and this other person asked for like a belt of rats. And it's just like very minor things that, you know, I specified minor things, and you're asking for this thing that will scale with you into the late game. It's like, dude, seriously? And I told him no. And he got really mad at me. And he was like, he told me he has a friend that works at like Paizo, which is the publishing for Pathfinder, that he talked with and said that I was being unreasonable. It's like, dude, this is my dad works at Nintendo argument, and now you're throwing a hissy fit because you're not getting what you want. It was on, like, yeah, I didn't really talk with him at all after that. I was just kind of like baffled. Like, I found his action there fairly egregious. Like, you fucking see. Oh, okay, I jumped a gear. That's why I have points. Well, that's 2 passes. D. A level 1 difficulty song. Stupid. Oh god, yeah. Thinking about this stuff brings me back. In their investigation in the Broken City game, the characters had to do some things that made them look really suspicious. like they actually broke into the butcher's shop, and so like they were like sneaking around the back alleys, and at one point they had like a dead body on their person, like a whole dead body on their person, like in a bag that they were like carrying around town. This song is blasting. So yeah, like breaking into a place, carrying around a corpse. One of them at one point went out specifically because he was upset about things, and went to find and beat up thugs. And at this point, the barbarian, that's like level 3 or 4 or something, did like a power attack against some thugs and killed the thug in one hit. And then they tried to hide the body instead of taking responsibility for it. And so I had like the town's guards like, yo, people have been saying that they've been seeing you guys do some pretty shady stuff, so we want you to come into the castle and answer some questions. And so I had them have like an interrogation scene and a trial and witnesses and everything. And this is after the serial killer got away, because there was a clone of the serial killer in the laboratory in the sewers, and the necromancer had gotten away. So like things are just kind of bad for them, and now they're getting investigated, and it was kind of stressful, I guess. Where's that last played? I wanna give that last one a like. How do I find that? Music index. It's pretty sure that there's a way to get your most recently played, your history. Here? Tiny lady? Is this the one? Yeah, okay. So they got convicted for manslaughter, but instead of like being like sent to prison, they're like, hey, look, you did us a favor in getting rid of like the serial killer and the necromancer, which we appreciate, and we understand this thug like came at you with a knife, but you did kill him, and you were the one out there looking for a fight. And so they were just exiled from the town. I think to this day they're still salty over that. That being said, in an attempt to be impartial, I was not playing the role of the judge. I brought in a friend of mine that was not connected with any of the players at all. Like, I don't think he'd ever met any of them before that session. And so he played the role of judge, and I can't recall if I suggested it as a sentence or if he came up with it on his own. But I was happy with the results because it was able to move the campaign to a new setting. when I had pretty much exhausted everything that I'd wanted to do in that current city. The next group that I brought through that campaign was it didn't go well, like from the get-go. God, that bit's hard. No, I'll just continue. We'll continue. One of the players made a cleric that could only heal. He couldn't use his channeling positive energy ability in any way that would hurt undead, despite me telling them that it was an undead heavy campaign. Like, he wanted to be like the pacifist character that only heals things. And ordinarily, like, you know, that's not awful. But the party only had 3 people in it. Also, I was still pretty new to DMing. You know, you learn. You never stop learning. And I failed to adjust encounters for them. It's like, if you think about it, the first party had like 6 people in it. The second party had 3. And one of them wasn't willing to hurt anybody. It was pretty bad. The characters got caught up in a side quest that I had alluded to. And the side quest was meant for, like, maybe after they were halfway done with the main area, or, like, you know, a higher level, essentially. It was like, hey, this is a thing that you guys should come back to later. But they're like, no, we're here now, let's take care of it. Like, okay, you can try. And essentially it was a spout through the astral plane of air. And I had written it out to be like, your characters could only weigh so much or they'd fall through the clouds, but otherwise they could walk on them normally. And all the enemies up there were air elementals that were literally flying around. And I think one of them had a ranged ability. And the other one was the pacifist cleric that might have also been a dwarf. That was weighed too much to be up there without a reduced person spell. Now, to be fair to them, they did explore most of the area, but there was a bigger air elemental that started chasing them down that they had to run away from. And there were like sections where you had to make like a 5 or 10 foot jump, or just fall forever. And there were other sections where the clouds were poisonous to breathe, but you could walk through them. So like you could go around them, or you could go through them, and you know you'd have to not inhale, or you'd take like damage and stuff. And you know, it was an interesting area. I would absolutely run that area again, just for their party makeup. It was And level, most importantly level. It was not something that they were prepared for. The third group I ran through that campaign was definitely more balanced. It had a barbarian, a skald, and a rogue. Ah. The rogue was really fun to play with. The rogue's name was Robin Banks. And he was a snake oil salesman. He was always trying to get people to buy useless flasks of oil. And the barbarian's name was Macho Dumbbell. A simple rice farmer with the minimized IQ. He did what he was told to do, and he didn't understand good and bad. When they went down into the crypts to kill the undead champion, they lost the fight, and I didn't want to just kill them outright. So the undead champion captured them, took them to the underground lair, and had them meet the necromancer. My thought was one of the last groups didn't meet him until the very end of the campaign because they had, missed the secret hideout. So like this could be a really interesting change in story events because I like to improvise, I like to change things up, and so they're able to meet this guy, and basically this guy is a pushover, and oh, that wasn't a full combo. That was a hit all the ghosts, but not a full combo. I'll delete my mark. So the necromancer is a real pushover and was kind of getting bullied around by the undead champion that he himself had created. And so the undead champion's like, yo, these guys, they're not worthless. We can put them to good use. But we need to make sure that they're not going to betray us. And we got to make them prove their worth. So he had the necromancer use his necromancy abilities to disable one of them in an inconvenient but not like life-altering way. And they're like, okay, the shopkeeper, the weapons smith, and you know how he has 3 boys, right? And a wife that got killed by undead? Yeah, well, that was us. And now, I hate him. I hate him so much. So you're gonna go kill one of his boys. Bring back his head to prove your loyalty to us, and we'll restore your lost ability. And we'll pay you. And so the group devised a way to lure out the blacksmith's son to an isolated part of town, and they killed him in one shot. It was actually awful. Like I felt so bad that they did it. Like I wasn't sure whether they would or not, but I should have known better. This is the same group that that did those unspeakable things to the unicorn. Although I believe that was much later. That happened much later. I think. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, they killed the blacksmith's son so that they wouldn't be inconvenienced. And I think things really derailed after that. The blacksmith took his remaining kids and moved down to town, so there wasn't like an arms dealer anymore. The wizard in the town had an idea that they'd been behind something, because like he's a crazy old guy that scries. I don't think he had evidence, but he had like a hunch, intuition. So like he was very uncomfortable and kind of hostile towards them after that. Oh, by the way, I love the old guy. The wizard, his name was Oishi. And I had named him that without realizing that that was Japanese for the word delicious. This guy was like easily like 120 years old and a human. He personally cursed all the objects in his shop to have an unwanted function, like to kind of like do the opposite of what you'd want it for, right? Just in case, because he was always falling asleep in his shop, so he was worried that somebody would come in and steal from him. So if all the items purchased from his shop needed to have remove curse cast on them first, otherwise they would be a detriment. And there's at least one time that I had him forget that he needed to do that, and the party had to remind him, like, hey, aren't all these cursed? He's like, oh yeah, thanks for reminding me, kiddos. No! I spammed and I hit the gear. Ah, tragic. Da 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 da. New best. So I don't have a full clear on that. I'm not sure how to tell. Oh, I do. Okay, yeah, full combo right there. Okay, I'm not gonna fret over it then. Yeah, that one doesn't sound fun to play on 11. Yeah, so like Pathfinder does so many fun things. One of my other campaigns revolved around the characters being sent out of their pocket dimension. Essentially, their whole lives they had been in a pocket dimension without realizing it. And they got sent to the wilderness of a post-apocalyptic world. But it wasn't just the player characters. More or less, what happened in that campaign was one of the characters from our previous campaign, the one where I was playing a slime, we had my friend Duster, who was playing the Robin Banks. He had been playing a lich in Gid's game, and in Gideon's game, we had decided to make a pocket dimension because the end of the world was coming, and when you're teamed up with somebody that, you know, will diddle a unicorn, you think maybe we're not actually going to be able to save the world, so we ended up making a pocket dimension instead. And because it was an evil campaign and his character was a lich and mine was a lawful neutral slime, we ended up just kidnapping pretty much every species of creatures, and we were treating our pocket dimension as a preserve. It was something that, like, we were preserving these different species so that they wouldn't just be extinct when the world ended. And we utilized some Caesar's Legion style egalitarian, not egalitarian, like, you know, fuck, what's the word? Basically, we just erased all of their culture through, like, generations of, like, media manipulation. Because both of our characters are immortal. And so we could get all these races living together peacefully. Like, we had goblins in Drow living peacefully with elves and celestials. I mean, obviously we did some very egregiously evil things to get there. But the end result was a society of peaceful people of different backgrounds and ethnicities. So when I started my campaign, I had our characters come out of that world, completely ignorant of what the real world was like. Basically, like, thousands of years later. And, yeah. They didn't know things like not to drink ocean water, because there wasn't an ocean in their pocket dimensions. They had to go through a lot of trial and tribulation. The Lich character was like, oh hey, the world and the outside world isn't as fucked anymore, so good luck! And sent most of them back out. He sent back out the people that were willing to leave. They're like, there are some people here that have adventurous souls that want to see what life is like outside of this place. And then there are people that think it's comfortable and safe, so they'll stay. So, like, you know, it was still their choice. And a lot of people decided to leave. And this is a problem because the party characters were the ones that had to, like, hunt for food and gather resources and scout, like, habitable areas. Like, where should we start building houses? Where should we start building farms? How much material do we have? Is the forest safe to cut trees down in? No? Oh, there's these giant beehives and massive wasps? Well, we're gonna have to go and destroy those before we can start building out of wood. You know, that was the whole campaign. It was just settlement building and resource gathering in a post-apocalyptic world that had, like, you know, fallen apart and where weird things still continued to happen. and it was really, I was having a good time with it, and a couple of the other players were as well, but a couple of the other players are like, no man, this ain't quite for me. I think it was maybe a little too involved in systems. I tapped it 3 times. No full combo here, huh? Dude, yeah, Pathfinder. So many things to talk about when it comes to Pathfinder. I know I was talking about my character, Rodevrin, the streamer. One of my last streams. I did not mention the Goblin character. This sounds crazy. I had a Goblin character. His name was Smash Mouth because all of the teeth in his head had been smashed out by adventurers that killed off everyone in his tribe. He was taken in by a person that felt some amount of pity for a barely living toothless goblin. So this goblin is like, not all people are bad. Because this one helped me. And, fuck. So this person got him his teeth back. So Smash Mouth had enchanted golden teeth, and he was a big head goblin, so he had a bite attack. So I was able to enchant his teeth and have them count as a natural weapon at the same time. Which, on some builds would be absolutely ridiculous. Oh, fuck. Okay, one more try. I'll try that one more time. It could have been crazy, like if I wanted him to be like a barbarian or a fighter or something. I made him an oracle, so he could buff himself as well. But like, you know, getting buffs on takes time, concentration, spell slots. So it's definitely not as powerful as it could have been. But with the Oracle Curse, I chose Cursed. And Cursed makes it so that there are always like little wisps of spirits in... Okay, I'll keep going. Cursed makes it so that like there's always like these little wisps, like candles will extinguish next to you. Paper will spontaneously blow off of a table indoors. Shadows will shift around. You might like hear faint whisperings. Just by being around this goblin, right? Like these things would happen to you. He's also the curse, or maybe it was the revelation. Yeah, it must have been the revelation. Made him really occult-driven. And the lore reason for it is that he's haunted by the spirits of the other goblins that were slayed during the when his village was attacked. And since he was the only surviving goblin, it's his duty to raise a new clan. But first, before he could do that, he needed a place of operation. So he went to the big city specifically to integrate into human society and force society to accept him as a goblin. And since he was very, very charismatic with his gold teeth and his just everything about him, so like oracles build charisma, he could actually talk people down out of beating him up. Uh, and he was able to get a down payment on a house. Once he got his house, he set up a business of fortune telling with his occult abilities, and was reading fortunes once a day for like a lot of gold per reading, because his readings came with like 90% accuracy, which is a lot higher than you can do with a divination spell at his level. But it was because of his class that he could do it at such good odds. Yeah. And once he got his house and his business set up, the next part of his goal was to get some goblin bitches and start populating. Well, I almost messed up there. This song's nice. I hit a gear, so help me God. No! I can't believe I got through that gear gauntlet and got hit by one of them lazy little gears. Feels bad. I'm sorry. I can do it. I can do it. Felt my PC chug just a little bit there. No, okay. If I play the song again, I have to play as the Groove Coaster character. Okay, I missed two. I got hit by a gear and I missed one right there at the end. Probably, is that a worse score than before? I don't know. Probably. I feel like I was much more accurate at the beginning though. Is this on my liked already? Okay, it was. Definitely gotta give it another go at some point. Oh, it has already been full comboed. Oh well. You know, there's a couple of songs that I really do want to play right now. Let's uh man, okay. So Okayu, what, beginning of this month? Last month? International Cat Day. She put out this song, and I actually clipped it. Because the middle section of the song, she just goes so hard. The song feels like it's dripping with malice. Like, while I was doing some things today, I just had that, like, 50 seconds of just beat dropped on loop. I feel like I did that bit backwards. Ooh. Okay. Okay. I mean, I got all the things on that song now? Get hurt 20 plus times. That's not an achievement you want to get. Just let me play my haunted house songs. Da 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 da. So I remember quite a bit ago, I was giving some unwarranted financial advice. Not that you should listen to me. I'm not a financial advisor. But I feel like I was a bit productive yesterday as well. I went to a coin dealer and bought silver and gold. Spent about $2,100. And I have more that I could spend, and I just couldn't pull it out of the bank because the bank had closed by the time I woke up. That was just the money I had on me, I guess. But I would definitely like to buy at least 1 more ounce of gold. And I think I want to be up and withdraw from the bank tomorrow at a reasonable time so that I can go do that. In why I think it could be more pressing is like the Silicon Valley Bank is like defaulting or something like that. And the issue with that is that back in like 2008, the banks had to get bailed out. I don't say that they had to, but they did. They got bailed out. They had spent too much money on like house loaning, and then they didn't have enough money to like cash capital or whatever to actually give back to people, and the government had to come and bail them out. And that sent us into a recession. And basically, from what I understand, all these big tech platforms are backed by the Silicon Valley Bank, and the Silicon Valley Bank is defaulting, and we could end up in a situation that is very similar to 2008, in the sense that, like, I would imagine that our government is using these, it's not just my imagine, our government is using these big tech companies to spy on the American people and to manipulate our opinions by telling them what they want us or don't want us to see, and then they are like censoring the internet in the government's stead. And so if these big tech companies fail, the government loses some motion of control over its populace in terms of what they see online. I mean, like, with things like TikTok growing every day, and TikTok being controlled by the Chinese government, I mean, if you look at the kinds of content you can find on, like, Chinese TikTok, it's, like, good, morally substantive stuff. And what do you see on, like, the rest of the world's TikTok? How to, like, break into cars and hurt yourself. It's like... So, like, I don't trust China with this stuff either. They're obviously trying to cater values into the content we see online. But, like, if it comes down to whatever big tech companies that other countries set up versus ones that are currently in the US and kind of controlled by the US, the government has a pretty substantive incentive to back these big tech companies. And in doing so, you know, it could really hurt the dollar. Like, we're already printing tons of money. So, like, I've been wanting to and have been attempting to diversify my portfolio away from cash. So, you know, holding on to gold, I can't imagine it hurting. Like, let's assume you lose some of the value of that gold. Is it going to be as bad as losing a bunch of value of USD? Probably not. I don't know. So, I did go out and buy gold. I said I was interested in doing it a few weeks ago on stream. I finally got around to doing it. I move slowly. But I will tell you this, whether it is worth it financially to do it or not, holding physical gold and silver in your hands feels really cool. Like, a all the coins, all the silver that I got were Canadian maples. And when the coin is a full ounce, you know, it's got a heft to it. You know, it's weighty. Another thing that I should go out and do is buy more ammunition for my rifle, because ammo should hold its value very well. Like, and for a very long time too. When I went shooting with my cousin a couple weeks ago, I exhausted the rest of the ammunition that my grandfather had given me. Okay, that was a little... I thought I'd lose my combo. And the stuff my grandpa... I mean, he's the one that gave me the rifle in the first place, but the ammunition that he gave me along with the rifle was Remington. And the date on the box? 1962. That ammunition is older than my parents. Okay. Like 62. Like that is 40 years till the 2000s, then an additional 20 to the 20, so like 40, 60, and 63 years old. Right? Or no, 61 years old. Just absolutely ridiculous. Oh, and I mention it because the round it still worked. Now to be fair, one of the brass casings broke. It still fired the round, but it did break. Ah, fuck. Okay. I think I've missed like 4 now. Oh, whew. I love that song. It's just so hyper, so intensive. New best, okay. Yeah, 4. I called it, counted. I was able to tell. Sheesh. Sheesh. Yeah, ammo, gold, silver, some crypto. I mean, I haven't checked my accounts in a while. I doubt they're looking good, and I think they're probably about to look worse. But I already am at a loss, so I don't want to sell them now. You know, I'll be holding the bag for potentially a long time. If they do crash any more than they are right now, though, I will be buying more Monero. Clean! Yeah, boy! And a new vest. I'll take it. Yeah, so when I was out the other day looking for, my grandpa told me to check out a specific pawn shop to see if they had any gold or silver. They they had a lot of gold and silver jewelry, but no coins. So I ended up going to some other place. I saw something there that caught my eye. They had this machine that it looked like a DJ loop station. Like, I want a loop station. I don't like to purchase things off the internet, though. But also, I have an issue where, like, you know, I have kind of an awkward setup. Both, like, you know, software speaking, right? Like, I'm running Linux. So, like, I need to do a lot of research before I buy anything. So I need to look up what exactly this machine is, what it does, and if it's compatible with my hardware and my software. But yeah, making music is something that I do have an interest in doing. Like, I bought a MIDI cable to be able to connect my my ConcertMate keyboard from 1998 to my computer, and it works. But all the sound digital audio workplace environments DAWs that I got on my computer don't have good MIDI packages to support like something that actually sounds like piano. Like a lot of them very much sound like MIDI, like chiptune, like some low bit synth. and like I want it to sound like a piano. So like I think I might just need to record it with a microphone and then actually deal with like mixing it with like loops and such, and not actually working directly in the MIDI file format, which would be really disappointing because like that's one of the main two reasons that I bought the cable in the first place. An interesting thing that I can still do with it is I can use the keyboard to do transitions. There's a plugin for OBS that allows you to issue shortcuts through MIDI devices. So I could like, if I made it like a be right back screen or something, I could press a key on the keyboard on the piano, and it would transition the scene to the be right back screen without me needing to actually like click on OBS. I have the plugin installed already. I just haven't made the other scenes. Like really, all I need to be doing is working on making assets, and then obviously that's the hard part. Like streaming is fun. I get to kind of relax, talk, play a game. Asset creation is the part that I gotta be in the right mood for. Earlier tonight I made like 5 thumbnails that I will be able to implement later. So like I could switch to any of these other games on a fly and just be like, yeah, I already got a thumbnail for that. One of which is a game that I haven't played before. Bennett thought he's getting over it. I did a real shit post for that thumbnail. I'm excited to show it off because it's so stupid. Okay. Another mock for the VROID. My little brother makes music. I haven't heard any of his works in a long time. I think he's definitely takes inspiration from shit, what's his name? I don't remember this guy's name. He has a poster of him in his bedroom. Basically, there's this guy, and he like starred in and filmed and directed a movie, like almost entirely by himself, because he's such a perfectionist that no one else could be involved or he wouldn't meet the vision that he set out to make with this film. And so like my little brother really looks up to that aspect of creation. So if it's not like exactly what he's hoping to do, he just won't put it out or show anybody. And you know, there's something admirable in that, like unwavering dedication to your specific craft and your specific style. I definitely appreciate that, and there's something about that I'm kind of going for with this channel too. Like, I am doing my best to not use any assets that I did not personally create. I missed a hammer. Like, obviously I'm going to use the game for the thumbnail and as a game. New best, really? Okay. But you know, I've been obviously editing a picture into the thumbnail every time. I don't want to utilize anybody else's photographs as like background art. Like, even if I had permission, like, I kind of just don't want to. I mean, I suppose, like, I would be willing, maybe, at some point to commission some stuff. And I'm not saying that I would want anybody to make fan art of this character, but if I ever ended up getting any fan art of the character that I designed that I want to be my permanent avatar, I would be more than willing to utilize that in thumbnails. I'd be excited to. I'd be like honored that anybody would want to draw anything that I had come up with. But I also kind of like the thumbnail creation process, you know? Like, it does take some time, but I can be pretty silly. God, that's so fun. Just vibing, bro. Nowhere close to a high score. Oh, that was a... Yeah, I think it said full combo. Yeah, I didn't miss any. Not all nines are made the same, tell you what. Oh, okay. You know, I've been doing really good. Let's get our ass kicked. Punai, punai. It's hilarious how hard this is going. Oh, dude, I'm only hitting greats. All things considered, I missed what, like 3? That wasn't a... It was a pretty bad run. Panay. Yeah, 4. Anything else going on? I suppose one of the properties at my work has been getting a little bit better. It's just got a ton of transient activity, like all the time. However, I think that me going through the area several times a night with my lights flashing is maybe reducing people's desire to be in the area. Like, sometimes people try to camp in this apartment complex, like in their car. So with me driving by, you know, flashing my lights at like 3 in the morning, maybe people think, I don't want to camp here. Those lights are gonna wake me up, or I'm gonna think it's the police or something, and I'm gonna panic. Also, they took out one of the big bins. They had like one of these like industrial-sized bins next to their actual garbage compactor. And that was drawing a lot of attention from like garbage pickers, people looking for cans and crap. So yeah, things have gotten a little better at that property. It doesn't feel as sketch because I've just been seeing a lot less activity. Which is nice, you know, you want to feel safe wherever you are working, and for the most part, I do feel safe despite doing security work and graveyard security work and driving all across town. Some of the most danger that I felt any time recently is just getting from property to property. Sometimes it gets pretty hard to stay awake behind the wheel. And for those interested, no, I do not drink caffeine. I've cut soda, coffee, tea, energy drinks out of my routine. I actually haven't touched any of them other than soda since I turned 21. I figured, you know, if I'm going to be drinking alcohol, I should only really have one dietary vice. I still haven't stopped drinking alcohol. Obviously, I did like a drunk stream like last weekend, but I have been doing what I can to reduce my sugar and carb intake, and I've been doing intermittent fasting since summer of last year. And despite not giving up chocolate and alcohol, I just dropped down to 178.6. And last summer I was like 225. my physical activity has not increased at all. So simply through dietary choices. What is that? Coming on to like 50 pounds. Yeah, 50 pounds in 9 months. 50 pounds in 9 months, or just about. While still drinking alcohol and eating chocolate occasionally. Like, yeah, dude, just fucking cut out cereal and just don't eat all the time. As we play a song about lettuce fried rice. Dude, I haven't had fried rice in so long. I've had white rice like maybe once a week with some chicken. Yeah, basically, for vegetables, I've been eating probably about 2 salads a week. Be that maybe 3 salads a week. I get the deli pre-made salads. They usually come with like some feta cheese, an egg, a few slices of chicken, maybe some bacon bits. And obviously bacon, chicken, feta cheese are all good for you if you're on the keto diet, because you want fats. And cheese is good on fats. It does have some sugar in it, the cheese does, I think, right? But again, it's not about completely cutting these things out, it's about severely reducing how much you're eating. So yeah, I have the deli salads. I also like to go to Baja Fresh. They have chili lime salad. That's really good. And you know, if you're not getting DoorDash, it's not actually terribly expensive. If you actually go and pick it up and pay in cash, then you'll be yeah. I think it's a pretty good deal, all things considered. They also have a program where every like $100 you spend, you can get like $10 off. Although for that specific discount, you have to make sure that you order it online because they can't seem to do it at the counter. I think I'm letting the visuals here screw me over too much. If I close my eyes. And the other days that I'm not eating salads, I'll have like chicken and rice, or sandwiches, or burgers. Yeah, that's pretty much my whole diet. Salads, chicken and rice, burger. Damn. I full comboed that before. I just must not be in the right headspace for it. Took my other hand off the keyboard for a moment. Nice. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I do have a full combo here, right? Oh, I don't. Thought I did. Dang. Yeah, it's hard. Hmm. Yeah, I actually have to buy some more pants. I only have a couple pair of pants that still fit me. Like, the elevator was out on one of my properties last week. So I had to like walk up like 4 or 5 stories of floors. And I remember that happening at that same property once before. Like a long time ago. And it had winded me back then. This time, like, it wasn't so bad. Yeah, I don't think I'll be like beach bod ready by summer. Because I'm not actually working out. When the China virus hit, I thought I would be working out. And I bought a weight set that has been quite criminally underused. When my little brother was living with me, he was using a little bit. All in all, I really don't have that much space for it. Yeah, that was rough. Yeah, I thought I'd have just a lot more time and interest. And I don't, and that's fine, you know. Losing some weight's important, but it's not like you need to necessarily be, like, physically fit. I don't do anything that warrants it. clean. No. I love how funky this song is. Or is this more, maybe not funk, but disco? I guess I think the cover says Disco Brothers, doesn't it? I think I'll have missed like 2 notes this song. Ah, okay. The end just kind of beat me up. 4, yeah. This song was a fantastic, absolutely 10 out of 10 final song for the free play. If you're playing the game for free for like $2 or whatever, this is the last song you get to play. It starts you out being like, what the hell is this? This is easy. And this is also the first time a song does this like scene shift thing. Which, and so you didn't know that the game could even do that until this song. Dun, 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 dun. Watch out for the sneak attack that'll hit you at the very end of this song. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Ah, yeah. Karma. Karma. It was like dun dun dun. And I was expecting it to hit on the third imaginary da 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 afterwards, but it was the first. Experience. Memory, you just gotta remember. Dun dun dun. And then you click, like again, just again, instead of dun dun dun. Wait, dun. Still a really neat song. The music video for it is funny. It's like, hey, look at all these little happy dancing flowers, and just things go wrong. And it turns into like the Flowey fight from the end of Undertale. Speaking of Undertale, it's a good game. I've played through the genocide route twice to see if like talking to Chara, be like, "You've already lost your soul. What are you doing back here again?" But that was only partially why. I wanted a save file that would be right before the Sans boss fight, so that at any point I can boot the game up and fight Sans. The last time I fought Sans, I hadn't done that in like a year, and I got him on like my first or second try. It's one of those fights where like once you've done it, you can probably do it. It's like riding a bike, right? Like muscle memory, you never really forget. It has been much longer now than then, so who knows if I could still do it. But it should be available. I have kept Sans in a permanent state of me killing him whenever I want to, which I think is maybe even more cruel than actually just killing him and resetting the file and letting him live on another save. Like, if like Sans canonically remembers all the resets and he knows about the state of the game, then like he knows his position. I can show up and kill him anytime I want. You know, that not never knowing when I might just show up, that's gotta be its own form of hell. Ooh, crazy psycho. I kill Sans for fun. No, hmm. 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 I was messing around with my character model. Let's give that another try. I said let's give that another try. That one didn't count. If I can't get past like the first like 15 seconds, I'm... Oh! Oh, dude, I've had so many close calls. Oh, I hit a gear. Do I have a full clear here? Okay, I don't think I have a full clear here. Ooh. Fantastic first half. Such a cool end. Oh, that was an 11. That makes sense. Okay. This is like one of my favorites. Honestly, I don't play it a whole lot anymore. I haven't really been making any progress in my Pokemon game. I got caught up trying to fish for Feebas. And I had put the game down. And I had forgotten to continue the grind. Because in this game, in Pearl, the Feebas tiles reset every 24 hours. So like I just invalidated like maybe like 100 squares of like time in like trying to find the Feebas tile. Cause like they only spawn in one part of Mount Cornet. And if you are on the correct tile, there's a 50% chance that you'll fish it up. But like, there's like a whole ass lake down there. And they only spawn in 4 tiles. So the only way that you can be sure that, like, you can never be sure. So you gotta catch, like, 4 Pokemon on every tile to, like, be sure that you didn't miss a Feebas tile. And, you know, 4 encounters per tile on, like, a huge area is just a lot of time. Yeah, like, I was trying to grind that out, and I fell asleep. And then I woke up and I forgot about it. And then, like, the next day rolled around, like, oh shit. I'm still trying to get my Bastiodon up to like level 52 or 54 so that it can learn Iron Head, so that I can then breed it with a Gibble, so that I can get a Garchomp with Iron Head. If I ever encounter any ice types, I would be able to Oko it, hopefully, before it hits me with an ice move. Yeah, I mean, like, I am interested in doing some competitive Pokemon stuff. It's just really frustrating that a lot of that is gate-kept by, like, beating the game. In, Pearl and Diamond, the EV boosting items are unlocked behind post-game content. And so is having your Pokemon's potential IVs being, like, tracked. It's also locked behind post-game content. So even if you get, like, the correct egg moves in the right nature, you might not have a good Pokemon because of like you just can't really train it the correct way, and you can't assess its IVs properly. So for that purpose, you know, it is pretty frustrating because by the point that you've cleared the game, you don't really need good Pokemon. You don't really need good Pokemon to clear the game in the first place, to be honest. So long as you get some grinding done. But that's kind of boring. But like, you know, if you're training for egg moves and shit, then that's grindy too. So it's like, yeah, I like the old Pokemon games, but I definitely feel like Pearl's not holding up as well as some of the other ones. I mean, Emerald has the Battle Frontier, which is just a ton of awesome new ways to like battle Pokemon. I'm not sure that any of the other Pokemon games have as much variety as Emerald had. Well, if I recall, I think Black and White 2 has some pretty cool endgame stuff, but I just haven't gotten there with that game. Like, I'm pretty sure there's like an area where you can like fight all of the other gym trainers up to that point, like Brock, Misty, Lieutenant Surge, Flannery, etc. Like, and you know that's pretty awesome. You know, a lot of people shit on Black and White, but it had a lot of really good Pokemon designs. And it had a lot of shit Pokemon designs. And that's just exposure. They had like a whole gen of only new Pokemon. You're not gonna hit it out of the park with every one. It was ambitious. You know, I respect that. My big dumb ghost Pokemon. My Drifblim, Chandelier, Golurk, Gengar. Big dumb ghost Pokemon, I love them. Cofragris is really cool too. Apparently its ability is considered OP. My friend tried to get me into Pokemon Showdown so that we could play some Pokemon online, and I think it had a banned move or ability. And I was like, really? The ability to replace your opponent's ability is busted? I mean, I guess. I mean, if anything, I kind of see it as like bringing the opposing Pokemon down to my level of not having an ability. It's like, okay. I mean, I'm sure somebody could probably explain it to me and be like, yes, this exactly specific reason is why that ability's banned. Like, okay, I'll hear your argument. Like I was trying to get Frostlass with Shiny Sand and Snowcloak and on a team with an Abomasnow. And it was like, nope, no, you can't play with those Pokemon. Those Pokemon are banned because of the evasion clause. It's like, oh, okay. You know what things aren't banned when I play Pokemon? Everything in the default game. None of But yeah, I suppose I technically have everything I need if I wanted to do like competitive Pokemon professionally and legit. It's like I have everything I need to get a Pokemon from a third gen Pokemon game to X and Y, except for Pokebank, and that becomes free at the at the end of March. Yeah, we're playing some easy songs. I remember playing Pokemon Red Rescue Team. It's for the Game Boy Advance. I remember it being really good. So when I went to a retro game expo last year, I picked up Mystery Dungeon for the 3DS and for the DS. I haven't played them yet. I just feel like there's so many other games to play and things to do. Like, I'm just too busy to be playing Pokemon games. Says the guy sitting here playing just random pointless rhythm game. You know, I wonder if it'd be worth trying to get a capture card for the DS. 'Cause I do like my DS games. If I could stream them, that might be the incentive I need to actually give it a try. I suppose one of my issues is that I just have a small handful of games that I'm very comfortable with. MuseDash, Noita, to name a couple. Ugh, that was easy. It was a 7. Do best. I'll take it. Okay, so like going back in the day, you think about like things that you're watching on TV, and like there's Pokemon and Digimon. Digimon were interesting. I don't think I ever liked them as much as Pokemon. I don't think I was like a snob about it though. I remember having some Digimon toys. And I remember I had like a couple episodes of Digimon on VHS. And I had the Digimon movie on VHS. The one where like the Digimon come to the real world and like the devil is there and like the cat thing turns into an angel. Not here to make fun of any Digimon fans. I just don't have the exposure to really care about it. But, you know, I will point out that it was kind of neat. Definitely a lot of the creatures looked a lot more intimidating and, like, edgy than, like, Pokemon. I mean, if you compare the Digimon movie to the Pokemon movie, like the first one, the first one opens with like Pikachu's vacation, which has like these kind these intermissions that are like, hey little baby that's watching this, we gotta get your attention by showing you some Pokemon making some weird sounds with some trippy background art. Oh no, the Charizard got its head stuck in a pipe. Now all the other Pokemon gotta come and help him get his head out. I think that was like the best I've done at that section ever. Just saying, like, in sheer terms of tone, the Pokemon movie was like, this is for babies. And then, like, the Digimon movie was like, this is for 8-year-olds. Oh no. Oh, what if I just signed my death warrant? Oh wait, no. I think this is the one where all the notes are bottoms. I'll be fine. I love her stupid nasally voice. Da, 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 da. Yeah, it feels like the song's over, but it's only halfway. She's recharging. Oh, how insane. Thinking about old VHS tapes. I had most of Indigo on VHS. Still do, actually. Like, my grandparents came over and were like, hey, we needed to make up some room. Here, can you take back your old VHS tapes? I'm like, oh, sure. So now I have like a box of Pokemon VHS tapes and no VCR. I want to do that again. I think I can get this song. It's pretty wild though. Yeah, other VHS tapes I had as a kid that I watched a lot were Who Framed Roger Rabbit? and Spirited Away. Okay, dude. Okay, okay. One more time, one more time. Yeah, Who Framed Roger Rabbit is a treasure. I don't have it. I think my little brother took it. But just in sheer terms of like how to edit film and like special effects, like they were developing tricks to get that movie filmed. What a brutal song. Oh, is this Electro Swing? Oh my. Ah. Definitely a song I would like to at some point full combo. It's only a 9, but it's a difficult 9. I ain't mad by no stretch. I don't want to do another. Oh, this was when I was really young. I really liked James and the Giant Peach. I could not to this day tell you what that movie's about though. Remember a boy like in a giant peach floating across like the ocean. I think he's like trying to get to Paris or something. And his company are like weird insects and a French bug. A French spider. I think this might be my best run on the song ever. Unless I full cleared it. I know I messed up my combo. Mmm. Not clean. But I'm not mad. $317K. Ooh, up from 283K. Yeah, that's a lot better than my previous best. Nice, nice. No. Can't go a stream without doing the Soviet song. It's either Soviet or Canon in D. Here we go! I wonder if I'd be able to full combo this far playing the chick that automatically catches ghosts. I think it's the ghosts that are messing me up here. Or the hold notes. It might be a personal best. Nope. Whoa, 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 whoa! I don't know how long I want to go for today. 5 in the morning? I think maybe go for another hour. I want to try to maybe get to bed at a reasonable time tonight so that I can wake up and go to the bank. Pull money out while I still can. I'd say this song is tricky. Like, it's not hard, but it definitely feels weird. Yeah, we'll disregard the fact that I missed a note there immediately after I said it's not hard. We don't need to think about that. Somebody scream! Let's go, cows. Oh! Mmm. I would have screamed. I would have screamed. Just about scream anyway. Oh, shit. Mmm. I thought it was done for sure. One last sneaky little gear. Oh man, it almost got me, and it would have ended a full combo. Oh boy. Da, da, da. Wow, wow. Whee, whee, whee. I know I was mentioning messing about my songs earlier today, and I got caught up trying to find the title of a song that was untitled. All I had to go off of was I was pretty sure Ikuza had made it, and they're the band behind the anime Needless. So in my attempts to get things sorted and squared away, I was clicking through YouTube trying to find and listen through all of the Needless soundtrack. So just another one of those reasons why I definitely try to get something done and I just get super distracted by everything else. I've played through almost everything I like to play. I got a really good score on this one earlier. I might be able to full combo tonight, who knows? By earlier, I mean last time I was playing, which I don't think was actually on stream. I've missed 2. So this is just not the run. I'll get it another time. Dude, I love that piano. It's just going so hard. I should play some piano for you guys sometime. Suppose I could hook it up. Maybe this is the song I was saying that I... Oh yeah, it's full comboed now. I don't think it had been before. I got my first full combo on this one not too long ago. The issue about doing a whole stream, I couldn't do a whole stream with my piano because I just don't know that much piano. I could probably play it for 20 minutes. Because I haven't learned chords. I can't just sit down and play nonsense and have it sound good. Like my brother. I learned actual specific songs. I know 2 songs from, 2.5 songs from Katoa Shoujo, 2 songs from the original Full Metal Alchemist, and I can play 600 AD from Chrono Trigger, and some other sound bits like Lilium music box from Elfin Lied. I know how to play like the Song of Storms. Lullaby of a Demonic Hell from the Toho. I think that's Mountain of Faith. I was really feeling this song, but I think I missed two. Yeah, two. Yeah, let's do it. Let's get my ass kicked. I need an ass kicking. I feel like I need an ass kicking. I kind of want to know who hurt Leaf. For him to be making songs like this. If I actually faint out of the stage, I will get up, grab a shot glass, and immediately take a shot. Okay, that's about halfway on my health. It could have happened. I would have felt great shame to have fallen out. I missed my personal best by 10. I missed my personal best score by 10 points. That's like a single music note. How ridiculous. Wantonly ridiculous. We'll go right into another Leaf song. A Leaf song that is doable. A manageable Leaf song. Don't forget to jump. Damn, I missed a music note. Dun 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 dun. Jump. Punch. Punch, 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 jump. Oh! I wasn't sure if I needed to jump or punch, so I kind of just did both. What? I was certain I'd be able to get another tally on my full combo counter. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on? I fat thumbed the Windows key. Okay. I fat thumbed the Windows key. Yeah. Raw. 4. Wait, 4? Did I miss more notes at the very end there because I window keyed? Yeah, that's too bad. That was a really good run. A couple nights ago, I tried some Turok 2 on a hardcore mode to see if it would be something that I'd even be willing to attempt. And no, I don't think I would be able to do that. Hardcore mode is, well, actually fairly traditional for a hardcore mode. 1 life. There's no ways to get more lives. And when the basic dinosaur with the ranged weapons can hit you for like 28 per shot, it actually becomes a struggle. Fucking gear. Why? Why are there gears in this game? Okay. Whoa. Oh god. This is disorienting. Guess I was much too early. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, that song's fun. I don't think I would be able to full clear it though. I think that was a little out of my purview. What the hell is this? One clear. I'll give it a go. Give it a try. Some of the spacing on this is kind of weird. damn. This boss is really sticking around, huh? This is gonna be one of those levels where it's like knock back all of the boss's attacks perfectly. If that's on the card here, then this is gonna be like an impossible challenge. Well, let's see if that's on the list. There's so many boss attacks. It's gotta be, right? Nope. Okay. Interesting. I think maybe... No, I don't want it devolved to that. Am I gonna get the full combo here? Ah, nope. Brutal. To lead me along like that, and then to crush my balls at like the end of the song. Cursed to never see a full clear again in my life. Nah, that's not fair. I've just moved on to songs that I've only ever played like once or twice. And difficult songs at that. Ah, damn. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a short break after this one. Get some water, turn on my fan. take a leak. Damn, this song is really fun. Okay. Let's all right. I'm back. I'm gonna give this one another try. So I walked by my bookshelf and I took just a quick look, and yeah, I mentioned that I had a lot of shoujo, but then I completely neglected to mention which shoujo mangas I have. Uh, Lauren High School Host Club, Alice in the Country of Hearts, Mixed Vegetables. I have the first volume of Ultra Maniac, Instant Teen. And some of these are absolutely insane, by the way. Okay, I gave it another go. I was hoping for a full clear, but it's not going to happen. Oh. Oops. I restarted the song on accident. Would you look at that? Actually didn't mean to. Well, since I'm already here... So, actually, I think I have more than the first volume of Ultramaniac. I might have like the first like 3 or 4. I remember it being insane. Like, in the first volume, there's like you can't even call it a love triangle. It's like a love rhombus going on. Yeah, those ones coming in at the very end of the hold notes, that's being tricky. Yeah, it's been too long for me to accurately recall what the mess is in there. Like, even if I had literally just read it, I'm not sure that I'd be able to organize all the characters into their respective friends, enemies, lovers, like, secret admirers, like... there's a character that's pretending to be another character, and then there's a character that's, like, split personality, and just complete mess. Then, like... what else did I got? You could call Chobits shoujo. It might not feel right, but I think you could call it shoujo. It was in Clamp. Clamp had deers, and generally speaking, a lot of girls-aimed shows, manga. Ranma 1/2. Not that I would call that one a shoujo, but definitely another one for the counter of romance. Ranma 1/2 is fantastic. I got like the first like 14 volumes or something. Which I had read all of while working at my previous at my retail job. I would bring my manga in on my lunchbox and then read it in on my breaks. So I actually got through a lot of the content on my shelf. Oh my god! Ah. Hubris. Yeah, I tried watching Ranma 1/2 as an anime, and I wouldn't say that it's bad, but definitely I have the sensation that it didn't age particularly well. Also, it seems like it's not doing anything that the manga did, at least not in the same order, like at all. And the pacing feels a lot slower. But then again, everything back in the day, when that anime would have come out, would have been paced slower. Red-haired girl, I would date you. Or wait, it was red pigtail girl, right? I would date you. And Ron was like having nightmares about being kissed by, what, Kuro? No, I forget his name. Kurano? Oh, okay. So, it's a bit of a hot button issue. Which Ranma girl is the best girl? And, you know, I'm actually pretty partial to Shampoo or Hibiki. Like, Shampoo is clearly evil. She's also extremely dedicated and very attractive. The broken Japanese is funny, but you know, it's also endearing, you know. Whereas Hibiki is very enterprising. I can't imagine ever being in a position in which we wouldn't be able to make money with Hibiki around. She seems really down to earth. Kind of the blunt, honest type. Unless she's trying to get away with something, of course. And, you know, I appreciate that, you know? Like, absolutely isn't, like, against just doing something because it seems like it could be fun. Wait a minute. Is this like a remix of that other song? Poppy poopy poopy pa. Poppy poopy poopy pa. Well, we'll hop into it. They're definitely different songs, but interesting conventions going on here. I'd say Akane is definitely too tsundere for me. Now, often her frustrations are understandable, but you know, I don't want a girl that's gonna hit me. Like, at some point that becomes abusive. And I appreciate a tomboy. And I think she could fairly safely be called a tomboy. But yeah, I think maybe just her personality's a little has soured me. Like I wouldn't want Rama to get with her. Although they do have some touching moments where like it's like an understanding is beginning to blossom between the two of them. You know, I actually don't know who Ranma ends up with. I would assume it's her. I forget her name because she wasn't around too long in the manga. She was only in a couple of volumes of the manga from where I had been able to read. But the girl with the big wooden cooking implement looks like you'd use it to put like a pizza in a big stone oven. She seems like definite waifu material. I think maybe a lot of the issue though is just exposure, you know? Like I didn't get to see enough of her to really get a strong opinion. Oh, full comboed, personal best, achievement unlocked. People. Nihongo onegai shimasu. Says something about like Japanese, please. Is she asking us to speak in Japanese? Kokoro? Heart? I was trying to get some stuff done the other night, and I had put on a Luna stream. She was playing Elden Ring. And, you know, I don't speak Japanese, so I'm just like hearing her cute noises, and maybe I can pick up on some expressions. And I hear her say, Senran, no, shit. I want to say Senran Kaguya, but Senbon Zagura Kagyoshi. Senbon Zagura Kagyoshi. I mean, obviously she didn't say it like that, but I heard Senbon Zagura Kagyoshi, and I'm like, she referencing Ryukia from Bleach? And I look over at the screen and see what she's doing, and there's this giant enemy on the screen that has like these giant floating swords in the air. That it grabs like a floating sword out of the sky, and I'm like, yeah, she just referenced Byakuya's Bankai. Senbon Zagura Kagyoshi. Yeah, I want to replay this song. I'm confident that I can get a full clear here. Or not. It would really suck to get like full clear all the way up to that point and then lose it. Do best. Yeah. I'm gonna give it another go. I can full clear it. Oh, shit. Hold on a sec. This thing still says BRB. Wow, dude, that AoE is crazy. There we go. Isn't the next part of the Bleach 1000 Year Blood War arc, like, starting back up next season? God, I hope so. Dude, I don't remember like any of this. Did I actually just play this song? Guess I was talking when I played it and wasn't paying any attention to it. There we go. I knew I could. An extra 10k. Yeah, it was crazy how quickly like they killed Kira like off screen. It's like he's a lieutenant, bro. He's been a lieutenant since the first fucking like Soul Society arc. Like, this guy has a really cool ability, and he's like dead instantly. And I think he was long-term friends with Rankiku. Yeah, I'm not gonna full combo this one. That bit's too tricky. Yeah, I still like Bleach, man. It's so good. I still remember like a lot of this Zanpakuto incantations. Kira's was raise your head, Wabisuke. Renji was roar, Zabimaru. Scatter, Zenbon Zagura, Kageyoshi. I think Toshiro Hitsugaya's was Howl Zabimaru. That wasn't a good run. Cool song though. Usao. Oh shit. Do I remember any other incantations? Shit, what was the head captain's sword called again? Dude, the head captain is one of the coolest characters in Bleach. Whenever he's on the screen, he's dominating it. Oh, okay, I've already done this song tonight. Yeah, I don't want to play it again. That bit, man, it's hard. Cool, neat. Yeah, let's play Tiny Lady. Speaking of tiny ladies, I need to figure out if Iron Mouse won the award that she was nominated for. I think that was like earlier today, right? Maybe yesterday. Yeah, I might have to... I don't know, I feel like I'm slipping up. This song isn't hard, but I'm like dropped like 3 notes. Well, I've gone through like practically my whole list. Let's go for 2 more full clears on songs that... Yeah, let's give this a try. I might be able to full clear this and do Fubuki proud. Now, considering the circumstances around Hololive and this game, I'm surprised that these songs are still in here, but they might not be able to remove them contractually, you know? Like, there could be players that bought this game specifically to play that song. And that would be a grave disservice to them if the song were to be removed. I kind of feel my computer chugging a little bit. Why don't I have a full clear here? Doesn't seem too hard. Oh, of course. Yeah, it's a little tricky, I suppose. Not like mind-blowingly difficult or anything. Just you know, a couple of tricky transitions. Yeah, this model seems to be much more reactive. You can actually absolutely tell that I took a drink there. Hi, Nanners. I'm pretty sure Nanners was the first VTuber outside of HoloLive that I saw any content from. When I initially found Nanners, it was I didn't know what to make of her. She was kind of making me uncomfortable. It was a clip of her trucking simulator stream, and she thought she saw a cow and got really excited and started talking about milking. And it's like, this girl is absolutely unhinged. That was also back in a time where the only VTubers that I'd ever seen were JP. back in those days, that's like the clips that were out back then were like Matsuri's Band-Aid clip, uh, I think Fubuki going Scatman, and Fubuki's last remaining brain cell in your head, where like she's like digging a pit in Minecraft and then like playing the kazoo as her background music and then looping it on stream. God, what else? I remember there being an old clip of Korone playing. I don't know what game it is. It might be Heavy Rain. But basically, she was in a room, and this guy was in a room, and there was instructions coming through a little device on a table, and they were telling him that to see his son again, he needed to like cut off one of his fingers, and Korone seemed so excited about the prospect of this guy cutting off his Yubi. And she was like talking to him as if he could hear her, being like, "Oh, we'll get through this. We'll get through this. It's actually not that bad. Should we use the scissors? No, that would be the worst option here. Let's sanitize first." We just try to like have him wash his hands in the sink. I'm pretty sure I fell in love with Krone there. To this day, she's still my favorite JP. Although Okayu's a close second, just because like both of them have really nice and unique voices to listen to, so like I don't feel like I need to understand Japanese, just be able to enjoy their presence. I can say that I have similar reasons for liking Luna, Botan, and shit. It was just there. That was a full combo. Let's mark it off. Let's try to get 5 more before I end the stream. Although I think to do that, we're just gonna have to put it on random. That sounds cool. I appreciated Botan playing Factorio. I watched her whole stream of that. I really like Nene. I don't think I've ever actually watched a whole Nene stream, but all of the clips I've ever seen Nene in, she's just so cute and adorable and just full of energy. I found some clips recently of Nene talking about her pet beetles. Like, it's such a niche interest. Like, I like bugs too, but I've never had pet bugs, you know? I didn't hold it. That was entirely my fault. I also saw a really good clip of, it was a compilation clip. Somebody, compiled, a bunch of instances of HoloLive members talking about whether or not they had driver's licenses. And that was really funny. Okay, so Miko didn't surprise me at all, not a single bit. I'm not surprised that she doesn't have a driver's license. I'm not even surprised that her mother said, no, you're not allowed to. You're too dangerous. Like, damn, Mom, have some chill, but I'm sure her mom's completely right. It's so mean, though. I was a little surprised to hear that, Choco is in the same position as Miko. Like, Choco comes across to me as like, well, at least her model is very mature. I don't know too much about Choco, actually. She seems sweet. And lewd, of course. But, like, maybe that's mostly her model. Like, if somebody were to say that they could drive, and it was Choco, I would say, yeah. But I guess not. And then Luna's like, yeah, I drive. I drive a Harley Davidson. Or more like, no, I shouldn't attempt to imitate Luna. It would just be impossible. Botan and Nene have licenses, but but Nene's like, yeah, I got my license, and I don't drive anymore because I almost had an accident, and I realized how much I might be able to hurt other people, so I don't trust myself driving anymore. I could probably full combo this if I gave it another try. I don't think I will give it another try, but definitely on my list of definitely doable for a 10. That was a 10. Oh, I'll put it on my like list and I'll get around to it. I think I've done this one a lot. I only have it's a 9. 4 clears. The video is really funny. It had Pecora saying that she doesn't drive, but by choice. And then in the same video, she crashes her bus into a stationary car, yells at that stationary car. Like, she gets out of her car and is like, you crashed into me! Give me your license plate! Insurance! I can't believe you do something like this, stupid! But I suppose like in Japan, it's probably, or at least in a lot of places in Japan, it's probably not that necessary to have a driver's license. Sounds like their the train system is pretty thorough, and you know, with convenience stores super nearby and convenient, and you know, like Connor from the Trash Taste podcast, Sea Dog VA. He just seems to like rent cars whenever he needs to go somewhere that's, you know, a bit more inconvenient. Yeah, I'm not really feeling this song. I could full combo. I wasn't even paying attention. At some point. Not tonight. I mean, I suppose obviously you need a license to be able to rent a car, but like, you know, the idea is still there, the need to know how to drive. I only have... Yeah, we're doing this. Freedom Dive. On 8. This should be a full combo. Should be. Da 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 da. This song doesn't, until now, seem terribly much different from that that other song that we were playing earlier. Got that full combo power! That was the first time I full comboed that song. Freedom Dive. I think was the other one like Skyfall or something? I don't even have a score on a 10. Let's give it a try. Damn. I hate this type of switcheroo. Just... The song feels out of sync with itself. Like there's some instrumentation that's happening that feels like there's like this little bell-like sound. Like almost like a wind chime or a xylophone. Like the beat was going like boom boom, and then like shortly after that it was followed like with like a ding ding. It's like the ding dings weren't with the dun duns. Oh, there's a Lolita on the front of this cover. A gothic Lolita. She's got some boobies. No full combos though. Let's try this 11. I'm not playing this one for the full combo. I'm just trying to see what it's like. Probably gonna be awful. Well, I like this so far. Okay. Ah. Maybe a little too chaotic for my tastes. The song's alright. I'm not really sure that it's yet lived up to being an 11. Yeah, for an 11, I'd say this is definitely one of the easier 11s. This feels like it should have been probably rated a 10. What's up with all these super hyper pop? Yep. think I missed a ghost. Not that they matter. Oh, I like this a lot. This reminded me of Little Root Town. Yeah, I kind of really screwed the pooch there. Do best. I like it. So I remember that I had unlocked all of the all of the hard mode or master mode songs or whatever. But I guess I didn't get around to playing all of them on master. Ah. Yeah, this one's definitely deserving of its 10. That bit there with the offbeat and all the gears, that was brutal. I love 3 space 3 space 3 space 3s. They're so fun. Makes me sound like I'm galloping upon my keyboard, like a horse is running through. This doesn't sound fun. This does. See what I mean there? Put those like 3 clumps What the hell? This is just a harder version of a song that's already on the game. Okay, I'm definitely adding this to my liked list. And I'm gonna have to play it again. It was more than just that bit there. I swear. Plumage? Any more info on that song? BRZ 1128. God, which song is it? This one? That song's on Bass Pack, so it should be easy to find again. I suppose I could also use this the search feature. Dude, I didn't realize I was this deep. Shit. They spin by so fast, it's hard to even consider looking at what it is. I'm back in Bass Pack. Okay. Okay, we'll go get another full combo. I know I've already played this one, and I'm gonna play this one and go straight back to the one that we just added to our like list. I gotta hear these two songs next to each other. Dun dun da dun 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 da dun 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 da dun 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 da dun 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 da dun. Da 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 da. That, yeah, see that M formation. Okay, okay. Is it? Maybe it's a different one. I swear though, these are very comparable songs. Oh yeah, I picked the wrong song. Or maybe it's paying homage to both. Is it yet a different song? Okay. So hard to gauge. There's definitely similarities, I think. Plucky Race? Dude, I'm just gonna end up with all these hyper pop songs next to each other. Plucky Race. I think this is the one. Plucky Race and Soda Pop Canvas. Pop Canvas, Plucky Race. Okay, Soda Pop Canvas, look at that alike, and then Plucky Race. These songs sound nigh identical. I'm gonna go mad. So there was a time in which I had heard I had been playing a lot of Dance Dance Revolution, and I had heard a song come on, and it was called Freckles. And I liked it. It was a good song. And I played it a lot. But keep in mind that DDR was my first exposure to it. And then quite a while ago, I had been a very long time ago, Corone did a karaoke stream, and she was singing I don't know what, and then she started singing a song, and I was like, holy shit, that is so familiar. And I was like, what is that song? And then fortunately somebody was commenting in English. Oh, Ryunin Kenshin! And I was like, Ryunin Kenshin? That's an anime I've never seen. And so I looked up the Ryunin Kenshin theme. And I said, these are very clearly very different songs, but they're also not. And it led me down this rabbit hole of like trying to find out what came first. And the Ryunin Kenshin theme is an adapted version of some pop pair. I forget their names. And in the version that I had been listening to on DDR, it was like an Eurobeat remix of the song. Yeah, you can't say that these are... I mean, this bit of the song's entirely original, from what I can tell. Can I get a good score here? I just missed like 3 notes though. They even feel similar to play. So yeah, basically there were like 3 versions of the same song. And it pleased me to have been able to pick out a Eurobeat remix of a classic Japanese pop rock song because a Japanese VTuber was singing an anime opening theme. It's like the connections. I'm just gonna absolutely saturate the end of this with pop. Sorry, I can do better. I can do better! There's a couple other songs I might as well move over to the side of the playlist while I'm at it. Yeah, I think I would need to take both songs into Audacity and like line parts of them up on each like headset to know for sure. Damn, yeah, I only missed like a couple. That song used to be just so crazy hard. Now it's like I can almost full clear it. Like, those 4s were a little intense. That dissidence is nice. Oh god. I don't want to F up the full clear. Oh, if I had the rabbit on. Ah, oh, that's really unfortunate. I was holding my breath, man. New best? Yeah, because I only missed 2. What are the things I'm thinking about moving over while I'm here? That might be it. I don't honestly have a ton of that style of music on my favorites. I want to move fly. Yeah, fly again. Yeah, because I was kind of comparing that one to this one. They got some longer sustained notes in the back, like the bassy notes sustain themselves in a very similar way. Dun, 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 dum, dum. Okay. Let's get off my favorites list. Actually, let's see what other options these are. Are these like genres? More pop? Sounds like a Vocaloid song. The Chinese Vocaloid song? It was a miracle that I didn't hit that gear. The gears on this level are obnoxious. Oh god. There's been so many parts on this song that I'm like, oh, I just lost, and then I didn't. Oh, okay. Little surprise there. That was a first try full combo. New best with no previous best. On a 10. I mean, for 10, definitely parts of it seemed questionable for a 10. There's a bit of it that was just absolutely horrid. Only 240 notes on that? Pass. Yeah, I guess I don't have a whole lot of plays on these. For 7, that should be another full clear. Not a big fan of these Chinese songs, though. You know, I don't have enough exposure to the Chinese language to tell you if it's like Mandarin or Cantonese. I know Chinese and Japanese do share some words, and symbols, and all that. Like they're definitely related languages. Wait. I want to say that I heard her say ni hao, konnichiwa, hello. Like she's just greeting us in a bunch of different languages. I could be mishearing that though. What the hell? I have no interest in replaying this. It's just such a steady stream. I want to complicate it. Like a 1 2 1 2 instead of just a 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. I like it just. This song's so boring. It was so boring I messed up. Also, I suppose I was trying to really listen to the lyrics. Yeah, no. Not a fan. This looks like Tamaki on the cover. Tamaki? The quote-unquote male VTuber. Yeah, I remember back in the day before the EN boys debuted, there was arguments like, oh no, they would never let the idols collaborate with guys. And then I had seen a stream where Rushia had done a collaboration stream with Tamaki. And Tamaki was like a boy cross-dresser VTuber. And then it turns out much later that actually Tamaki wasn't a boy. Now, I mean, obviously I'm not going to be able to verify any of that. This is just like from what I had seen in posts that I didn't bother checking up on. Yeah, but I remember seeing clips of Rushia being total yandere. And, you know, I liked Rushia. She had a very sweet voice. Very, very kind, careful, soft, until you said anything wrong and then she would blast you. She was really popular. I think she was like one of the highest super chatted VTubers for a little bit. Other than like Coco. Aw. I miss Coco with the rest of the talents. I mean, she's doing good where she is now. But I feel like I don't get to see her collaborate as often. And I feel like maybe she's been neglecting her English audience a little bit more. Then again, you know, I don't watch on Twitch, and I think she does... No, she does YouTube too. I'm not sure. She collabs a lot with people that mostly do things on Twitch, so I just feel like I don't see a whole lot of case on. Oh, that was a full combo. I think. This is straight up a Vocaloid song. Like that's Miku Hatsune right there. It's been a long time since I've gone scouring YouTube for new good Vocaloid mixes. Like, I think it might have actually been about like 10 years since I've scraped the internet for any. You know, I hold a bit of a place in my heart for Miku. She's kind of a progenitor. Progenitor? Yeah, progenitor of some of this VTubing stuff. And I was listening to that shit like such a long time ago. Like I was getting into Vocaloid the same time Minecraft came out. I was into it a little bit before Minecraft came out. I just have a lot of memories in my head of playing OG Minecraft while listening to Vocaloid music. That was close. Almost fubbed it at the end. Okay, one more. Should I make this next one be like a 10 requirement? Yeah, let's search for songs in the 10 difficulty range. I want one full clear on 10 and then I can call it. I play a song I've already full cleared. That'd be kind of scuzzy, right? No, I don't think I've played the song tonight, so I'll just hit it up. If I do it, I do it. If I go big, I go big. Yeah, a lot of things were happening right around that time too. Like, I had just gotten my hands on Minecraft, and in like a month or two later, the meltdown at Fukushima happened, and my friend and I, my friend was living with my family at the time, and like we were both up late one night, and he's like, "Dude, turn on the news." And I was like playing Minecraft on the laptop, and all this Fukushima news started rolling in, with the earthquake and the massive tsunami and the meltdown and all the radioactive waste spilling into the ocean. I remember where I was when Fukushima happened. You know, the old people that went in. Oh my, no! There was lag! No, I'm not like being like a toxic gamer. There was a little bit of lag. I'm restarting. Oh my god. The old timers that went in and cleaned up are heroes. Like, they're like, we don't mind dealing with some radiation because we probably don't have a whole lot of time left to live anyway. We're gonna protect the youth by cleaning up this nuclear waste. Absolute Giga Chads. Heroes, every one of them. That's how you know they have a good culture over there. They have a high trust society, unlike America and a lot of other places in the world, to be honest. Like, there are a lot of instances in which you're just expected to purchase a ticket to participate in something, and there's not necessarily always somebody like gonna make sure that you've purchased that ticket. Like hiking trails, things like that, right? Like, there's people who be like honor bound, be like, yeah, I'm gonna do what I say I do, which is really cool. That's not to say that like there aren't people that would break the law and they're not criminals or anything. It's just oh my god. I wonder how close I was to hitting that gear. That felt incredibly close. Got it! My 30th full combo in one sitting. I think like only like 1 or 2 of those full combos were on 7s. Everything else is harder than a 7, so like 8s and 9s. Such a great song. 2 tries. And it's just about 7:30. That's not unreasonable. I'm just trying to think about like sleeping. Like, if I were to fall asleep within the next half an hour, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, probably wake up around like 2. Maybe 2:30, 3. The bank should be open for a couple hours after that for sure. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess I'll call it here. I had fun. No, I didn't talk too much in the last half, but definitely I appreciate my friend Stringz helping me out for the stream intro. I mean, I was like tired as fuck when the stream started. Like I was about to pass out. I'm like, no, I need to go live early. But you know, actually doing something revitalizes me. Like I'm not really tired at all right now, which is definitely an issue. No, I can't play anymore. I mean, I could, but I shouldn't. So, yes, thank you for watching, and well, I'm gonna be going to bed, but I hope you have a fantastic rest of day. Good night.